Yeah, well, work and
Should be,
and
the
emails.
guest should be using.
Is there a password that I need? Well,
I just ate some pizza really fast,
Right.
so I'm making sure that there's no pizza left on my face.
That's the drawback of eating right before you,
That's Jim.
then you eat cheese and everything.
the password is.
How you doing, Manager Amber?
Okay, how are you doing?
Good, good.
Just go for it. Maybe you'll remember.
Should next time.
Looking forward to your time off?
So we're still waiting for Nicholas
We're
and
working on it.
Stacy.
Yeah, hopefully this is.
You're supposed to say yes, yes.
It takes time to plan trips.
Okay.
The last
You
time
forget exactly, and then have to go try another one.
I planned a trip with my son, it was like, oh,
Yeah.
and then the closer I got, it was like, oh.
Yeah.
And my second thought was, I don't know if it's worth all the time and stress I put into planning it. So I would tell you that.
Yeah, it's hard doing like big group trips and
So it was
stuff.
just him and I and a friend, but still,
Trying to coordinate everything. And then
yeah.
we always struggle just actually getting out of the house with the wife and the girls and what are we gonna do with the dogs and et cetera, et cetera. But by the time we get going, then it's all good.
Yep. Well, we have our smallest council tonight.
So, did anyone say they weren't coming?
Yeah,
Oh,
we have two counselors who have excused absences because they're out of the state.
Stacy and Nicholas? Well, then we're not waiting for anybody, are we?
I was waiting for the time.
Wait for the time.
Well, I know, but we're not waiting for people.
No, it's actually 6:01 according to this one.
And it's not a
Depends on which watch you look at, you know? Boy.
That's it.
Does seem rather late.
Good evening and welcome to the Creswell City Council Work Session, September 25, 2023. Would you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have two counselors who are absent tonight, Counselor Smith and Counselor Holt, both with excused absences. And then I need to announce that October 9th, our meeting in 2 weeks, I will be absent with a special event for my daughter that I promised her a long time ago, and I got to fulfill my promise. So Counselor President Holt Castillo will be directing our meeting on October 9th in 2 weeks. Okay, so under Mayor's Report, first item was highlights from the Oregon Mayor's Conference. So I went through my notes. I have a notebook at home that I keep all these notes in, and I just typed up some highlights. So let me pass those out here. And then can you get these to our two counselors who are absent? And I'm not going to go through all the bullet points, but just a couple of notes. The first one was, and these were just from some different sessions and notes I took by hand. The opening session, probably not surprising to anyone, was on homelessness around the state of Oregon. And there were several comments. One of them was, since 1997, the population in Oregon has doubled, but we have not kept up with the need to build affordable housing. And then the comment, no one size fits all, and no simple answer to this complex problem. All things that you're very well aware of, just was reiterated. Then the first breakout session was broken up into size of your city. They were all addressing how your cities are addressing homelessness. So the one I went to was small cities under 10,000. And I just put down a variety of comments from different cities around the state, which illustrates the first point, no one size fits all. There's no simple answer to what's very complex, but just some of the different cities and how they are addressing it in their situation. Then I went to a session on how to forge relationships with state leaders to better your community. And one of the presenters was former Senator Betsy Johnson. So that was good, hearing her perspective. One of the statements they made right off the bat was, make a friend before you need a friend, referring to our state legislators. Before you get to a place where you say, help, it's good to just build a relationship. And I've appreciated Charlie Conrad, our newly elected representative, who's been very active, coming to Creswell a number of occasions because we've invited him down and taking notes. So there were some comments they made here. One of the ones I didn't put down here was, they said, if you're going to make an ask, if you get to where you need an ask from your state reps, and it's lots of money, make sure you've done all your homework and you're spot on before you make the ask. Betsy Johnson told about having an ask from one of her constituents for $5 million for a huge project. She said, I went to bat, I worked at it, I got the money, I called him, I was so proud, we got it, we got your $5 million. And on the other end of the line, there was just a silent pause, and then the person said, well, you know, I gave you the wrong number, we really needed $10 million for this project. And Betsy said she just became livid. You know, I did all this work knowing I had a win for you. And I sold it to all the legislators. This is going to be a win for that community. And then it wasn't the right amount. So she said, make sure you're spied on before you do make the ask. So they just some good ideas about how to forge relationships with state leaders. And then they had a session, the last one I went to, on making communities livable for all ages. And this was a presentation brought in large part by AARP that has done a lot of work around the state on towards an age-friendly Oregon, building communities for all ages. So this was a handout they gave us, Age-Friendly Oregon Listening Tour Report 2019. And I put on the back how you can get this if you would like. They mentioned there is a age-friendly summit coming up in Western Oregon on October 10 and 11. Unfortunately, it's the same exact time as the LOC conference in Eugene. So I won't be able to make that. But some really good information. And, you know, Creswell, one of the statements that I wrote down that I didn't put down here because I wasn't totally sure I wrote it down accurately. You know how that is? You write so fast and you think, was that Oregon is the oldest state in the union based on age and population. So even so, the number that caught me was we are an aging population. And here in Creswell, we're getting closer to having a facility for older people, but we haven't. We haven't ever really had a facility where a senior adult in Creswell could say, I want to stay in Creswell, but I want to move into a retirement sort of facility. We don't have that in Creswell. You've got to move out of the city to have that. So this was an excellent workshop. And if you're interested in that resource, you could take a look at it tonight if you want and get a copy of it. And then one of the sessions they talked about mandatory reporting. So that brings me to item B on the mayor's report. It is now required that counselors have training on our responsibility to be mandatory reporters for abuse. And so, Michelle, I think we have to get set up to where we can go online and do this. But I made an outline. I made a copy for you of the website.
So it's just child abuse, not elder abuse?
All abuse. Thank you.
Everybody get one?
Yes.
You need one copy? There's 2 copies there, but I know I need to get them to the 2 counselors, just for whenever you get a chance. This is the CIS Learning Center. And the information here on the back of your outline talks about where to go to, what the website is, to log in. And if you try to log, oh, go ahead, Michelle. I think you have more information.
No, I just wanted to let you know that I did go and work on the Learning Center quite a bit last week, and everybody's in it. So they should be able to log into it. There won't be anything assigned to them yet, because that's the next step. But they should be able to log into their account and actually choose. You should be able to choose from the pull-down menus any kind of training you want. And it keeps track of the training, so we'll know what training you've had.
So,
Oh.
go ahead.
So when we're assigned a training, then we'll get an email with a link or something, or? Okay,
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, you should get, it should send you reminders if you have one coming up and there's a date certain that you're supposed to complete it by, it should let you know.
okay, great.
So will we get something about the mandatory training here, or do we need to self-initiate, go online, log in, take the training?
You could do either one. This week I'm gonna try and get some assignments in there, but, yeah, last week I made sure everyone was in there. It's not easy to administer, but it's easy to use for the user.
Okay? So is this the correct information? Log in with the city email address and then the temporary password?
Yeah, I gave you actually, I gave you 2023, Learn 2023 is the password, yeah.
Okay, because I know when I went on Learn 2023, open it up, then I had to create my own new password.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Which then I created.
Yeah, this is just a temporary, right?
That was
to
what
get
I
us
was
in-
told when
to
I
get
went
us in
on,
there?
but that was a
Yeah,
couple weeks
yeah.
back. So I'd encourage you to go on, try. If you have a problem, call Michelle, or you can contact them directly, and they can help you. And I don't know if there's a date by which we're supposed to have this completed.
Well, I don't know, I could put December 31st if you'd like.
Yeah, let's do that. Due by December 31st. And then FEMA training. So this comes from Grace. FEMA training. Stacy and Alonzo, Nick, and I have completed all of our training. Shelley, if this is correct, you need to complete number 700. And Norma Jean, you need to complete all 3
Yeah, I
courses on
completed
FEMA.
the first one, but for some reason it didn't give me credit for it.
So,
So I guess I have to go start all over again.
You have to take an exam. Did you take the exam?
Yeah, I did everything.
I don't know why it didn't give you credit.
It said I passed it, so I don't know why I didn't get credit.
so you need some assistance with getting that figured out? Because there's also 200 and 700. You don't want to take those and not get credit for them.
Right, I don't know.
You could come in and we could sit down at the computer and go through it.
Okay. That's probably a good idea.
Okay, thank you, Manager Amber.
I'll schedule it with you.
Okay. Then, as you probably are aware by now, we received a resignation from Counselor Shuck, and she asked that I would read the letter tonight. September 18, 2023, Mayor Stram, City of Creswell. Please accept this letter as my formal resignation from Creswell City Council. I have joined the executive leadership team for Keller Williams Realty Experience Brokerage. My new responsibilities will involve travel throughout the Southern Oregon region, preventing me from attending council meetings. I'm grateful for your support during my time as a city planning commissioner, as a city councilor, chairing the Public Safety Committee, and participating as a committee member on the Budget Committee and Water Rate Advisory Committee and Road Ad Hoc Committee. I appreciate all the valued experiences I have gained. I wish you, city staff, and councilors all the best. We have accomplished great things in the past few years, and it has been my pleasure to volunteer. Tammy Sue Shuck.
We will miss her.
We will miss her, definitely. So, in terms of the process, because we haven't been through this recently, from our charter, when there's a vacancy, this is from the city charter, chapter 7, under elections, section 31, vacancies. The mayor or a council office becomes vacant, subsection B, upon declaration by a majority of a quorum of the council after the incumbents, and then B6, resignation from office. So the next step would be that at the October 9 council meeting, Council President Castillo will again announce the resignation, and then the council needs to declare the position vacant. the declaration by a majority of a quorum. So you'll announce the resignation. I don't know if there's any need to read the letter again. And then you'll ask the council to declare the position vacant, and they'll need to vote to declare the position vacant. At that point, then the position will be vacant, and then the council vacancy is filled, this is section 32, by appointment by a majority of the remaining council members. So when you've declared the position vacant, then you will direct Manager Amber and Grace to notice the vacancy. Is that the correct word? Notice the vacancy? And then the position will be vacant until filled. And when applications have been received, then Councilor President Castillo and I will confer, and at such point as we've received at least one or several applicants for the position, then we will set a time for interview and then an appointment. And the council vacancy will be filled by appointment by a majority of the remaining council members. And the appointee's term of office will run from appointment until expiration of the term of office of the last person elected. So, Grace, we'll need you just to maybe send an email to Manager Amberg and myself and Councilor Castillo about Tammy's term and when it expires.
That was December 31st of 2024,
This year.
this next year, coming up.
Oh, 24, okay.
December 2024?
2024. Okay, thank you. Any questions about the process? Okay. So, counselors, we can all express it directly to Tammy, and we also need to plan a time when we're going to give her a plaque. That may be in January or maybe before, but we can talk about that. We want to have her back, say thank you to her. Okay, so we move to committee reports, and the first report comes from Administration and Finance Committee, Councilor Castillo.
Sure. Just a brief reminder and update. September 26th, tomorrow, is the deadline to hand in the attorney evaluation and the judge's evaluation if it wasn't turned in when you attended court. And then October 9th will be the evaluation, I think the mayor just mentioned that, in executive session for the attorney and judge. And the city manager evaluation materials, they've already been emailed out. So you should have received those Thursday on the 21st. And then, and the city manager's evaluation will be moved to the December 11th city council meeting during executive session because the manager Amber is taking some time off. We've been notified. So then the deadline to turn in those materials will actually be December 1st. So we have a lot more time now to get that done. And that is it. And we'll also receive hard copies, if anyone needs them, in our December packet? No, November council packet. Okay? That's it.
Okay, Public Safety Committee is Councilor Shuck. So there's not a report tonight. Transportation and Public Works Committee, Shelley?
Yeah, well, we have not met, but I will share that as a result of the last time we did meet, we were able to report back out, and we reported back out to this group about the top transportation needs for the community. We had so that was actually a really good talking point when we met with Representative Conrad, which I'll talk about in a few minutes. It was also a really good talking point and discussion point with a new reporter from the Chronicle. So Amanda Laurie wrote I think a really great article just this last week about the Creswell jog and kind of where funding things are. And so if you've not had a chance to check out that article, I highly recommend it. And I think that's it for now about transportation from me.
Thank you. Parks and Tree Advisory Board.
Well, we had public input this time, which was good. Bill Kent was there at a Bob Zyback. Bill suggested we put barbecues in some of the parks. And Bob Zyback seems to be really interested in the signs we have. He went to Garden Lake Park and he says the information on the history is incorrect. So I guess we're gonna be looking at that to see if that's incorrect. Applegate never made it to Creswell. He got credit for being here, bringing a group of people, but he never made it here. We talked about the bulletin board. Elaine has been working on the bulletin board, and we should have a full-size mock-up of the sign, probably in black and white, so we have an idea what's going to be on it at the next Park and Tree meeting in the first week of October. We moved it to October 2nd instead of later on in the month. And the birdhouses are available, but we have to figure, and some information was given to us by Noah about where to put them, and so that's going to be figured out within the next few months. Is that get them put up before the end of the year, so they'll be available for renting them out to the birds as soon as they arrive in spring or decide to set up housekeeping. I don't think there's too much new. The Cobalt Activity Center, the pirate ship, has been in for a while, and the kids love it. My son and I walked by there, and there were some kids playing. I said, "What do you think of the ship?" "We love it!" So that was really popular. No update on the emerald ash borer, but we have a new pest in the area. It attacks oak trees. So I don't know what kind of response we're going to make. It's not 99.97% death rate, but well, I don't know. We'll have to find out more information as it comes available. And we have a lot of plants coming in, 800 plants, shrubs, and trees to go into Garden Lake Park. Wow. And I was thinking, we don't have enough people working here to put them in, but along with the plants comes somebody that knows how to plant them and where to plant them so that they'll be successful. Yes, ma'am.
I believe that's a project by the Watershed
Oh, yes,
Council?
Watershed Council.
And that is in response to the environmental monies that we were required to pay. So that money went to the Watershed Council, and now they're going to use those monies to improve Garden Lake Park,
Awesome, great.
which is nice.
We have a lot of improvements coming in with the signs and the pollinator garden. I don't know when all of it's going to come together. Did we have any idea when the watering system's going to go in this year?
Probably not until maybe January or February.
Okay, because I thought the plants should usually go in fall.
Well, yeah,
That
they,
doesn't mean that's
depends on the availability of Public Works.
right. So anyway, fun things going on in the parks.
So Norma, you mentioned a bulletin board. Is that at the park?
That is the bulletin board, and the plan is to have some of the most common birds and turtles in the area listed. Okay.
I appreciate that, but it's not a bulletin board. There
Well,
will
that's
not
what they
be
called it.
places, there will not be places to put bulletins.
Okay.
What it is it's signage that has been put together by Noah, who is an amazing birder and works for National Geographic and is known nationwide and happens to live here in Creswell. He went through and identified hundreds of birds at Garden Lake Park, of which was presented to the committee, and they kind of Stuart.
Samuels.
Thank you, Samuels. Thank you.
You're welcome.
He has been helping narrow it down and rearrange them and clump them into groups and what you might see when. And he's been working with Ellen, our rain person, who is also a graphic artist, to put together a poster. So there's going to be an all-weather poster put out behind,
large poster.
yeah, behind plexiglass on the sign that's already out there that doesn't have anything on it. Is that a better, is that a good
That's,
description?
yeah, I was gonna, they said bulletin board, and I go, that's not the right word, but thank you for
Yeah.
jumping in and helping put the
That's-
right word in
yeah.
there.
We don't want anyone posting anything on it.
No, we hope nobody will ever write on it or any kind of damage, but the plexiglass is supposedly really easy to clean off the tagging if somebody does decide to tag it.
And there'll be QR codes that you'll be able to read through the plexiglass that will take you deeper into information on specific birds.
Nice.
So that's a lot of the hard work that the
Yeah,
committee's.
yeah, we added that to, asked for the money for that from the budget committee this last time, and it was approved.
Well, maybe when we get really close and we're about ready to do all this, we can invite more of the Parks Board to come in for a work session and make a little presentation, or maybe show us the board, whatever it is, before it goes up.
But it'll have to come to.
Or maybe we
to the-
need to have
the
like
city
an
council
open house
before
sort of thing or
it's-
something.
We won't have to, okay.
Maybe we have a city council field trip out there for a ribbon cutting.
Yeah,
I
that
was
would
gonna
be.
say, we should have some sort of ceremony
We
once
should.
we get all these wonderful things in there.
We should.
To let the city know what's going on.
That's a great idea.
Well, would you bring that,
In spring,
would you
maybe.
bring that idea back to your committee, that when they get close, they're ready to do it, that we would have some kind of ribbon cutting ceremony, and see if this NOAA person could come? Because it sounds like,
Yeah. And our
That
mayor
would've
might
been a
do some
huge-
sort of proclamation.
who knows, never know.
I hear he's good at that kind of thing.
Say a few words.
Based on the information that's on that information board, the committee has also commissioned bird houses that will be placed at Garden Lake Park and at Holt Park and Second Street Park. And they were, Noah went out and actually identified the spots for the different bird houses. And that's
Right.
something you've been working on too.
Yeah, yeah.
That's very exciting.
It's kind of nice to see when ideas kind of first begin and then they come to some sort of fruition that it's going to be, and we're right in the middle of it. The seeds are planted, but they're not growing yet, but they will be. And by the spring of next year, I would assume.
So will you bring that back to your committee and say the council is interested in some kind of a ribbon cutting?
Yes, I will.
Thank you very much. Okay, Airport Commission, Councilor Castillo.
No report tonight, Mayor?
Okay, LCOG, I have no report. So we go to Lane Act. Do you have a report, Shelley?
Heck yes, I absolutely have a report. I have a robust report today. Our September meeting was canceled because there was a presentation that was made by Lane Act to the Oregon Transportation Commission, otherwise known as the OTC, in case I use that abbreviation. But our August meeting, we actually went out to Florence. So we got on a bus and traveled out together for those that could be there in person, and we got to take a tour of their transportation projects and what it is that they were able to do and create. And so I think it was really good. It's one thing to hear about kind of what it is the city is doing and what they're creating, and then it's another thing to go out and actually see what it is that they're doing and what construction projects and how did they fund it and what does it look like as a finished project. So we got to see a couple of different things. So one of the big things that they showed off was kind of Main Street Florence. And so they built in a bunch of dividers and had hanging baskets and did a bunch of work to really create a really just a welcoming Main Street, first impression of Florence. And we're able to add in a bunch of crosswalk blinkers, if that makes sense. So like kind of a protected crosswalk, which is just along the highway there. And so it, like I said, not only does it look delightful, but it also increases safety in a pretty significant way. They were also able to take us out to their airport, and they were able to talk a little bit about some of the the construction projects they were able to do at the airport. They took us down, I think it's Rhododendron Drive, which is one of the main streets in Florence, and we got to drive past Exploding Whale Park. And if you don't know about Exploding Whale Park, that's a fun Google search. And so we got to see that, as well as they were able to talk about just, again, what it is that they were able to do with some of their, with some of the fundings, and how they've been able to kind of do some fundraising and some fundraising at the same time to be able to create that. So if you get a chance to drive through Florence, next time you're over there, take a look around, and you'll be able to see a lot of the really good stuff that they've been able to do. One of the things that I took note of when they talked about it is they have had a that I don't know that they call it a transportation utility fee, but they've had a transportation utility fee for many years. And so I asked lots of good questions, and asked questions about, so how did you fund these projects? And there was a lot of funding that came through that transportation utility fee. And so for me, one of the takeaway messages is that we as a council made a really great decision to support our community and to support the infrastructure of our community. So back when we did it, and I'm just really eager for what will be within our community as a result of that decision. So there was that. The other thing that we talked about in the August meeting is that we had a rare and unique invitation for Lane Act to go and meet with the Oregon Transportation Commission on September 14th. They actually invited us. We had about 45 minutes, which is not a lot of time to be able to talk about the priorities and things that are happening within Lane County. And so they asked for volunteers, for people who might be interested to go talk with the Oregon Transportation Commission, and guess whose hand went up real fast to be able to talk about the needs, the transportation needs specifically for Creswell and for our rural communities. So it was a tight turnaround in terms of getting some things put together, but I was able to do that, and in your packet there is the full presentation. The mayor asked me to share a little bit about what it is that I shared with the Oregon Transportation Commission last week, and I'll actually turn it over. I'll just turn it over to Shelley, who is our Lane Act chair. I think that we've talked about this before, but Shelley actually kicked it off for us, and so I'll go ahead and turn it on over to Shelley.
It was a real honor. We were invited to have a no-host dinner with the OTC, the Oregon Transportation Commission. There are 5 of them, wide variety of backgrounds. We got to have dinner with Chris Strickland, who is the manager of ODOT. Lee Byer, Sharon Smith, sorry, Julie Brown, I'm forgetting Alicia, I can't think of Alicia's last name. Anyway, it was great. It was great networking. It was great being able to show them some of Lane County. Fun factoid that maybe not everybody understands, that Lane Act is the only act that is one county. And it's the size of Connecticut. So you put all of us in an arena. You've got rural, you've got Portland, you've got just such a variety. So trying to maneuver through all the steps and pieces, it gets really challenging at times because everybody believes that their project is the best or the most needy. We've got bike ped, we've got rail, we've got pedestrian. So it's just a really interesting committee to be on, and I've been on it since 2013, believe it or not. I've been chair the last 2 years. So it's just I think it's one of the best committees that we have for transportation. So we spoke. We also had Mayor Weiss speak. Lucy Venus, Mayor Venus from Eugene. We had Councilor Clark. And then we had Rob Zako, who is vice chair, speak. And then we followed it up with the planner from ODOT. and Vidal Francis, who is the new Region 2 manager. So it was a very good time. And they were very receptive. We have a couple of big heavy lifting projects that they've asked us to do. One is to prioritize everybody's wish list, everybody's list, into two different buckets. One is as a whole, they want us to be able to come together and rate, prioritize. It's not going to be easy and it's not going to be what everybody wants, but we're going to try and get the top 3 and give to them so that they have a list, because Governor Kotek is going to do a transportation bill in 2025, and she is expecting the OTC to be able to get our acts together so that we can prioritize and bring to them viable projects and how much money that they're going to need to complete the projects. So we're going to do the prioritization of all the Lane Act projects, and then we're going to do it in silos. So whether it be bike ped, whether it be rail, whether it be rural, safety, so we'll have to split it up. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. It's going to be challenging, but it's going to be fun and it's going to be interesting, and we have a good group. So, and with that, I can go to your slides and you can.
Yeah, so if you'd like to see kind of more about like the whole presentation, I'm not going to do the whole presentation, but specifically kind of what it is that we talked about as it relates to the city of Creswell. And one of the things that I did is I talked a lot about we are one rural community, right? But we could be, there's so many rural communities within the city of Creswell. And so I put this information together and I just did a Wikipedia search, honestly, and it's like, okay, so if you were to look up city of Creswell, right, what would be the things that you would find? And so, we have this, I'm not breaking any new ground for you all. We have a population of about 5,000, right? We're described in terms of our location as a proximity to the other major metro cities. So if people were to describe, where is Oak Ridge, right? It would probably be like, here, we're about this far away from Springfield or this far away from Eugene. Same thing with Junction City, same thing, all of the rural communities that we have, it's kind of described as we're close to here, right? And so, we have multimodal transportation options here. So we've got Hobby Field, we've got I-5, we've got Highway 99 that, as we know, cuts right through the middle. We've got the railroad, right? We've got bike ped. We've got it all here in the city of Creswell. And then the number one transportation need for us was, and again, no surprise, it was the jog, right, is to work on the jog. And then what else I talked about is, 10 out of the 12 communities within Lane Act are rural, right? And that a lot of in particular, our rural communities is that we run on very lean staff numbers, right? And so we are balancing all of the needs that our large metropolitan cities are balancing. And we're doing it with fewer staff, right? And so we all have multiple competing priorities. And so we may need to balance things like, okay, so we need to advocate for this road project or this transportation project. And also, how do we manage if we have a wildfire evacuation for our city? If DEQ says you need to manage this and there's a housing moratorium. And what if there's a water crisis, right? And you can't even get to the point where, here are the transportation needs for our communities. And because that is what is being experienced in Lane County. And so I wanted to really bring a voice. And again, this is a snapshot of a project that we need in a rural community. And it's our community, so it's near and dear to my heart, but you go to any rural community and you're going to find a story very similar to this, that there's a need. And so our clear transportation need was connected to our core values within Lane Act of access, connectivity, safety, equity, and resilience. And then I kind of titled, I was feeling very kind of literature-based when I kind of gave some titles. So we have The Tale of Two Roads. And I really used, I looked at the difference between the improvements that were done on I-5 and, kind of the on-ramps, the off-ramps, the ADA curb cutouts, right? Everything that happened there, and you can see it, right? Like, if you're standing at one, you can see the other, right? Vice versa. And we have two very different experiences, right? So in terms of the challenges that we have, right? So if you look at the jog, we've got, and I just went out on a Wednesday, I think, afternoon and took some photos. So these were a very own iPhone. And so it wasn't a particular day. It was just a day that I went out and took photos, right? But we've got some misaligned lanes. We've got perpetual potholes. We have pavement that needs resurfacing. We have poorly marked and hazardous crosswalks. We have broken traffic controls. And when ODOT saw this, they actually went out and fixed it. So thank you, ODOT. And then we have various areas where we just simply don't have ADA curb cutouts, right? And again, this is Creswell. You'd find the same story in any of our other rural communities. It's about $11 to $12 million ask, all right, to be able to fix this, and we know this because of the Great Streets application that we were a finalist for. Again, part of what I shared with the OTC is $11 to $12 million is not an insignificant ask. I know that. We all know that. And when there's so the Great Streets program had $50 million which is a lot of money. 15 of it was taken right off the top, right, for a project that was in Portland. And so now you're looking at $35 million, which makes it that much more competitive. And so when we look at our rural communities this is years of advocating for this much money. When you're balancing a lot of multiple competing priorities, it gets really tough, especially for our rural communities. And I wanted to talk a little bit about some successes, and this may be more unique to Creswell because where it is that we are situated is, we talked about how we're about 13 miles south of Eugene, right? And so if there is a major project that happens between really Cottage Grove and Eugene, it is easy to include us, right? So we didn't need to advocate for pavement resurfacing. We didn't need to advocate for ADA curb cutouts. We didn't need to advocate for those things because it was part of a larger project, and it's easy to have those projects realized, right? So so we did have recently the ADA curb cutouts, and again, if you haven't had a chance to cross the street over there, it's fantastic, right? We had the repaving of the on and off ramps, crosswalk restriping, which is fantastic. And then I also wanted to give a specific shout out to ODOT for the updating of the railroad crossing, because as misaligned and awkward as it is now, it was so much worse like 2 years ago. It was wildly dangerous 2 years ago. And so I wanted to be able to give that shout out that ODOT were able to get quite a bit of work done in a short amount of time. And navigating a construction project with a railroad and Highway 99 and kind of right in the middle of our city, scheduling that is like scheduling a lunar landing, right? And so that was fantastic that we did that. And then the next point, and really the last point that I made is, most of our, and again, I've shared this already, but most of our communities represented by Lane Act are rural, and each community is managing multiple competing priorities. And so that's hard. That's a hard ask, right? To be able to get in that multi-year queue, to be able to make that case. And so that's why I'm inviting people out to come out and do the walk with me, to walk the jog. And so you may have, like you said, the article that was in the Creswell Chronicle, or not the Creswell Chronicle, the Chronicle, just this week, right, is part of one of those walks that we did. After Representative Conrad was here, I invited him to come walk the jog, right? And so Commissioner Buck, Representative Conrad were here, like Manager Amber, right? Like we had a big group of folks that went out for a walk and asked some really good questions. From that, again, more questions are being asked, but it takes individuals who are able to really focus in on a project for multiple years to be able to get it across the finish line or be able to get it in the queue so that it can eventually be across the finish line. Realistically, this is, I think we're looking at the 27 transportation request, right? Or the 27 transportation, so well beyond, right, this year or well beyond the 25 ask. So it's going to be a couple of years, right? But we're gonna keep advocating for it. So my next step, just so you all know, is I'm going to reach out to Senator Hayden and I'm going to reach out to Lee Byer so that they can walk the jog with me as well, because it's certainly enlightening when you have that feeling of crossing the road and crossing the street and there's a car coming at you, or standing on the corner and where you're on the sidewalk, but it feels like traffic is coming right at you because of how things are aligned. So, like I said, it's all part of friends raising and funds raising, right? So that we can be able to move forward the project. So anyway, so that was a little bit about what it is I shared with the Oregon Transportation Commission. It was, I advocated pretty strong to make sure that Creswell was included in that, because it's a limited amount of time that we have. And so I wanted to make sure that Creswell's voice and the rural voice was represented, and I hope well represented in front of the OTC.
Good.
Thank you, Councilor Clark, great job.
Thanks.
Counselor, do you have questions?
Yeah, can I
No,
ask
no,
a
no, no,
question
no.
about the jog?
No, this is counselor time.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Counselor time. Counselor, do you have questions? So, Senator Byers named him twice. He's no longer a senator? Is he retired from being our senator?
He is
But
on the
now
Oregon Transportation Commission.
He's on the OTC Commission, okay.
Yeah.
So our senators are Cedric Hayden and then Representative Conrad.
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, so if you get Cedric Hayden to come down and Lee to come down, I'm sure you'll reach out to our staff, but if you can reach out, I'd be interested in doing that walk with him too,
Absolutely.
depending on the time.
Absolutely. The more the merrier. As long as we're not a quorum.
Just a silly little, well, maybe not so silly, but a detail. When we go out there, it'd be good to have a head count so we can get you all vests.
Oh, yeah.
Oh?
You should
Good idea.
not necessarily be wandering around without them.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So yeah, if you could get us a head count, we'll make sure we get you some nice bright orange vests.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now William and then Shelley. William?
Quick question about the jog. I understand the money it costs to actually fix it. But my wife keeps asking me, why can't you just make left turns illegal at the jog? It'd solve all the problems. Now, I know it would require some detour, this or that, but because the state kind of technically owns it, does that prevent us from just saying, we do in emergencies? I mean, you know, when they were fixing it, we redirected traffic.
Yeah.
It's everybody wanting to make a left turn at that intersection that creates all the real problems.
And just to clarify, because the jog goes both ways.
Yeah.
So this, I'm assuming you're on Front Street and you're wanting to make a left turn onto Oregon Avenue?
Yeah,
Yes, okay.
that or left turn on Oregon Avenue to, what is it, Front Street? Which is the really confusing one to all the people coming from out of town, you know.
Yeah, I mean, the jog, I mean, the jog is one where I think you know who lives here and who doesn't based off of how they navigate the jog. And so I'll go ahead and, Michelle has her hand up, so I think she has more information on making those decisions.
We have had that as a suggestion to ODOT since we did our transportation system plan, and that was a long time ago. And we tell them all the time that we would like to have that left turn taken away. And we've said it over and over and over again, but it is not our jurisdiction. We do not have jurisdiction over that road. So the only thing I can tell you is when we stopped trying to explain to people about the railroad crossing and told people, here's the number of the person to call at ODOT, suddenly they got real interested in the railroad crossing. So I would suggest that if you want that left turn lane, that left turn to be eliminated, that you contact ODOT, and you have lots of people do it too.
Is there a way to put that message out to Creswell? Yeah. I mean, everybody in Creswell wants it fixed. We ain't got the money. We could pick up the phone and call.
Yeah, that's a relatively inexpensive fix. And the only reason why I can say they haven't done it is because they haven't been pressured to do it.
You're talking about coming east to west,
Any way you.
over the
approach-
railroad tracks, where you turn left to get onto 99.
Yeah, just eliminate all lefts.
Well, that would be very challenging too, because then you have everybody who needs to go that way, having to come into town and then navigate back out.
Yeah, it would just push it down to the stop sign.
But
Yeah.
most people that do that left,
Yeah.
they're just trying to do it to avoid all the hassle of coming. Like when I go to the bakery, I take the left, just so I don't have to go through the middle of town.
Well, that left is important because that's Highway 99.
Yeah,
They would
yeah.
have to remap Highway 99 in order to get rid of that left turn as you're coming across the railroad tracks
Yep,
into
yep.
town, and not turn on Front Street. Yeah, they'd have, that's 99. So they'd have to redo 99, which would mean that they'd have to do a lot of work in reestablishing the traffic flow and everything else for 99. So
Maybe they'd come up with the money then.
Signal light
If we
might
made
not,
so
but
much work.
signal lights aren't cheap either.
But yeah, you're talking
Signal.
about realignment of a historic street. That's a big deal. Whether it seems simple or not, it's a big deal. And, you know, we can certainly ask them not to allow, and I think, you know, the city has asked them not to allow a left turn if you're coming north on 99, no left turn onto Oregon Avenue, or going straight across to block both of those, because those are dangerous to pedestrians.
Yep.
You know, and I worry about pedestrians when I see them crossing there, but yeah, we've had conversation.
I've got a question for you.
Okay.
As a pedestrian, because I tried that, but the sign saying the oncoming traffic doesn't stop. Do they not even stop for pedestrian? I didn't know. I thought, God, do I risk crossing there on foot?
Well, you are supposed to stop for pedestrians. That's the Oregon law. But I don't think I would test that.
I know there's no
I
crossing.
think I would make sure I have eye contact before I crossed on that crosswalk.
Okay, Shelley,
Just for your information, Senator Hayden has statewide contracting LLC out at the airport. So if you need his contact information, I can get it for you. He does fire watch. He has a Part 135 out at the airport.
He's
There
not
you
just
go.
our senator, he's our customer.
Excellent, excellent,
Exactly.
there you go, Shelley.
excellent.
So when you get that lineup, and I believe Lee Byer lives in maybe Springfield, he's local.
Very local.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. We're just, I think that there is a real value for individuals crossing that crosswalk, right? To know what that feels like, to know what the real danger is, and to know how lucky we have been to not have had accidents.
Yeah, I've had arguments with people. I've been waiting to make a left turn because I live down that way, and they're standing there with their carriage and they're going, no, no, and I'm going, yes, yes, come on, and we're, no, no, yes, yes. So, yeah, I mean, people, they don't want to cross there even when you're watching them and giving them the space.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna keep working on it.
Well, thank you for your,
Great job.
and Shelley, thank you. Shelley and Shelley. Tag team.
Both from Creswell.
Yep.
It's fun at Lane Ave.
It takes a long time, so I just appreciate your continued work for our benefit. Okay, let's move on to, we have no presentations, we're to discussion items. Cancel December work session. Do I see any hands opposed to canceling this December work session?
No.
So, Grace, would you note that there will be no December work session? Okay, so now we come to naming, Second Street Park. Michelle, do you want to begin this?
Sure. This was just brought up because we're at a point where we need to put up a sign. People are unclear where the park is or whether it's part of the church or, they're just unsure about that whole thing. And so we would like to put up a sign, but we don't want to put up a sign and then just have it renamed and have to put up a sign again later. We'd like to just invest in one sign, one time, and move forward with that. And so based on that, I am asking the city council if they want to give South Second Street Park a name, or shall we just call it Second Street Park?
So, a little bit of background on this. A little more background, because Michelle's given some. As you can see here, clear back in 2015, we went through, I don't know if this maybe started in 2014, but there were some individuals who were had some strong feelings about naming some public facilities in Creswell. And so we decided as a council, way back then, we needed to have a policy. But I don't know whether there has been an actual naming process since we enacted the policy. Has there?
Yes, there was a person who wanted to rename the Cobalt Activity Center, and he put through a legitimate request. The council considered it and rejected it.
Okay.
So it remains the Cobalt Activity Center.
Okay. So if you take a kind of a skimming of this policy, on the first page, it refers to the fourth whereas, the city council wishes to establish a procedure. So that was an important part, where you said there needs to be a procedure if we're going to name a public building. The next whereas refers to the city council's cultural committee, and you may be shaking your head and saying, what's that? Well, when I became mayor in 2013, the city council had 6 standing council committees. So every councilor served on 3 committees, I think it was. And we had some serious discussions we were committeeizing ourselves to death. So we began slenderizing down and eliminating and combining some committees to where now we have 3 standing council committees. So the cultural committee does not exist any longer, but it's in here. Bottom of the page, under general B, the city council shall have the final authority to name and rename any or all city-owned property. So that's an important piece. On the second page, under the naming criteria, B says whenever possible, naming shall begin early in the development and or acquisition of city-owned property. So that's where we're at now, we're early. And then under the same 2 naming criteria E, the city council may consider the following when making a determination. And there's a number of items here that back then we felt were important to consider if we were going to name a public facility in Creswell. And then F, the city council may name city-owned property after an individual who has served as a city official or employee. So at the bottom of the page, it talks about the procedure, and it talks about fees. So one of the questions I had was, if we get into this now, and we're not going to name it, put up the sign, we're going to see if we can tackle this in the next 2 or 3 months. 2 of the thoughts I had as I read through this was, we could just leave it Second Street Park or South Second Street Park, whatever is decided. We could decide to give it a name, and we could have some fun with this and put it out to the community and say, this is a big deal for our city to have a park and to have it nearing completion and putting in the water feature. That's really a big deal. And so we could say, let's give the community an opportunity to come up with a name. And here's the criteria, and see what names come forward. It might be something, our young people at the school would be interested in. Who knows? And of course, council members, we could come forward with suggestions and ideas, but we could say over the next 2 or 3 months, we're going to solve this by the end of the year, or whatever. Is that an appropriate timeline? If we said by the end of the year we had a name,
Sure.
and we could try to generate some community interest in coming up with a name. If we do that, is there any need for fees? So let's say we put it out and we get some suggestions from some school children, some parents in town, some different people, maybe a counselor, but we haven't yet named it. We're trying to name it. Do we need I mean, I think still an application process where people fill an application, give their name suggestion, give their rationale, that kind of thing. But would there need to be any fees assessed
I
for
don't
doing that
think
at this
so.
point? Well, I'm asking
Well,
Manager Amber because the city would be assessing the fees.
Right. And I think that since we don't have a sign up, so we don't have anything to replace at this point, and the costs would just be the normal costs of developing the park. The only fee that would be reasonable would be staff time. And staff is, I mean, I don't think this would be a significant use of staff time, so. And because we need to design the sign anyway, and so, yeah, I would think it would be, I would need to talk to Jim, but I think it would be minimal, if anything at all.
Okay. Yeah, I would, so let's have a little council discussion about this, Norma.
Well, I think the fee might come in if somebody says, this street should be named after so-and-so, and that means the signs are already up there, it's already established. That's where a fee would come in, because somebody has to pay for the change, temporary or permanent change in the signage for that street. But as far as the park, I think we might get some enthusiasm. I went to the museum on Saturday, and I spoke to the lady that was working there and told them that we wanted to name the park. I think we're going to get some enthusiasm from people. I think if we show enthusiasm, they'll show enthusiasm for wanting to name the park.
Yeah, I think,
And then have a little opening ceremony, ribbon cutting or something when the sign goes up as well.
well, I know a few years ago, the Creswell Coffee Company was looking for a new name because they were going to go to Coburg, and they had some fun with that. And they got names suggested, and they selected one of them, and they had a little bit of fun. So, this could be kind of a fun thing for our community, and it is a brand-new park. It's generating a lot of interest, and that water feature is even going to generate more interest. So what do you think?
I think it's a great idea, Mayor. I'm glad you brought that up, because I was thinking exactly the same thing, that we should open it up to the community. And I would be very excited to hear what the school children, hopefully they get involved in this and see what names they come up with. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, I mean, I concur. I think that this is this is a huge moment for our city, and to have the opportunity to name something, there's a lot that goes into that, and so I think, and what an honor, right, to be able to name something and be able to have a voice in that. And so I think if we can have our community involved, absolutely. I mean, anytime we can have our community involved, absolutely. I think this also offers a unique opportunity for us to encourage folks to look back at like the history of Creswell and what is unique for our community, and and what makes us special, and what was significant for us. And so I think that is fantastic. My only concern is that in the process of naming is I want to make sure that we have a way of vetting those names. I think about if it's like a popular vote of names. I think about there was a story of a British vessel, right, that they were going to name it, and they put it out to a vote, and Bodie McBoatface was the name of the vessel. And so we'd probably want to make sure that there's a process so that because this is a huge deal, and so I'd want to make sure that we're honoring that as well. So anyway, Florence already took Exploding Whale Park, which I think is funny. Not for the whale, of course, but.
Or for the community that was there during that
Yeah.
period of time too.
Yeah, so that would be my only caution, and just to make sure that we've done some good research on if we name it after someone, that it is a really good and true representative of the values that are held by Creswell.
Well, one of the dilemmas is this comes back to, let's say we generate 25 names, 50 names, the city council has to pick. Now, we could decide that we're going to put together a group of well-known people, school children, other people, and let them make a decision. That would be, Michelle?
I was going to suggest that you task the Parks and Tree Board with running this process.
'Cause it is
And
a park.
receiving names. They are our Parks Board. They could receive the names, they could make sure that they make that that they meet all the credentials that are necessary or the criteria that's laid out in the policy. And then they could make recommendations to the city council as to what they think the name might be.
At least if we have a lot of, we can narrow it down to a few choices.
Well, you can make recommendations,
Right.
sure. Well, I don't know the parks, I mean, I can talk to Riley. I would want to make sure that they would say, yeah, we're a creative group of people, we'll take this task on.
Sure.
I can-
You want to think that, I mean, what do you think they would
I think
say?
I think if there's a group of people, the Park and Tree Advisory Committee is the proper place to have it, park named.
Another reason why I think they're appropriate is that they've already gone into the schools on Arbor Day and sort of established a presence there. So when they go in, if they should decide to do a campaign to get kids naming it, I think there's already a gateway there.
So why don't I give Riley a call? I just called her today, so, and backing up just a minute, I forgot to mention this. We have one vacancy on our Parks Board. We have 3 applicants now. So one of the things that needs to happen, and I don't know how this happened for sure, but one of our members of our Parks Board who's a citizen is on the Parks Board as filling the non-citizen position. And the 3 applicants we have are all non-citizens. So when we make that appointment, which is going to happen, it's going to happen at the November council meeting, I'm going to ask the council, okay, to swap that citizen to the citizen position, thus creating the vacancy for a non-citizen, and then all 3 applicants are non-citizens, non-residents. So we do have a lot of interest right now in the Parks Board, and we'll be making that appointment in November. So how about if I call Riley, run this idea by her, and if she says yay, then if it meets with all your approval, then we'll just task them with doing this and say that we'd like to see if we can conclude it at the December council meeting. She may say that's too soon. If we have to bump back to January, Michelle's not too sure.
I think they could do it by December. I really do. They don't have a
Well, we have
lot
a-
of activities on
We
there.
have our meeting is the 2nd of October, so something should be going by that time if we're gonna work on it. We only meet once a month, so that kind of limits to how fast we can get things done.
So the committee,
That's by choice.
yeah, the committee can meet as often as they want.
Yeah, okay.
So I will, go ahead, Alonso.
We could add an extra meeting in December or something if we wanted to, not necessarily, but
So,
I'm thinking more like January. But
so how soon do you think you'd be able to get it out advertised?
Well, we happen to have a really good person doing our social media now, and she has got a lot of traction with polling the public on things. They picked all of the movies in the park over the summer. She did a public poll, and I think she could probably be a big help in
Yeah,
doing
she's
this
pretty
as well.
Sure.
Um,
Would it be in the paper
But
as well?
yeah, well, I think we should hit
Sure.
every place we can.
Right.
And I know that Counselor Osborne could be a big help in hitting the schools.
we'll have to have something together for the information for the teachers and for the students for that. We didn't get much cooperation from the teachers this year for the Arbor Day. We have tests, we can't do it. Kids can't color picture on their off times. Give them a picture to take home and they bring it back.
I'll call Riley tomorrow, and if she says, yeah, they want to jump on it, because depending on how they want to do it, I'm always happy to go over to the schools too and talk to some of the classes. Say, hey, this is going to be our park, and it's got these and these. I remember when we were first designing it, Michelle, you had several things, but one of them was down here, and where we walked in here and we got to work with all these different things to try to put things together. So if we can capture some of that excitement again, now it's gonna happen, and let's name it.
Another good source of kid activity involvement is the clubhouse, the Creswell Clubhouse, to have them, they helped design, they actually picked the pieces that went into the park at the Cobalt Activity Center. They had a book, they picked the ones they wanted, they looked at the budget, they repicked the ones they wanted, and they voted on them, and now they have them.
Yeah, so I think we're agreeing that the idea of getting some involvement in the naming of the park is a wonderful idea. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't have to be a person, it could be a concept of what, this Fruitland, or, I'm not saying that's what I'd suggest.
It needs to follow our policy.
Yeah, but I know what you mean, but it doesn't have to be a person, it could be, a historical person.
So I will call Riley tomorrow, ask her whether she is interested in bringing this to the tree board, and the tree board leading the way. And then if they say yes, then they can involve our staff members per your direction. And then I'm glad to help out. We'll see what we can get going. But we need somebody who would lead the way, and
Well, it'd be a place that can collect the names and then sift through them and make sure that they are in line with the policy. And then maybe if there's, they can provide city council with a list of the ones that meet the policy and the number of times, and give you more data on how the names fall out, and maybe there'll be one that is really obvious.
okay. All right.
Let's say I'm happy to reach out to the Chronicle to see if they'd be interested in running a story.
I will make a note here. Shelley Clark volunteers to ask Chronicle. So I will reach out to Riley first, and if she says yes, then I will give her your name, Shelley. So you're willing to take that piece? I want to make sure that if we ask Parks Board to do this, then we really entrust it with them, and then they can ask different people to help out. Okay? All right. I will do that. I will call Riley tomorrow. Riley is a jewel for our city. I called her today, and we talked a little bit, and she's wonderful. Fortunate to have her. Okay, we will move forward with that. So the last item here has to do with committee appointment policy. This is something I wanted to put on here. So, and I'm going to pass these out to you because I do have suggestions on revising the policy. Here, I'll read. And my biggest concern with this was a policy that was enacted in 2019. My biggest concern is that if we go with the idea of incumbent, which is the word that's used in here under section 3, positions which don't have an incumbent. Well, an incumbent, somebody who already holds a position. But we don't do that with our city council. We don't have incumbents who automatically get to retain their position. And this policy says that you automatically retain your position so long as you want to continue. But it shuts the door effectively on new people. And I personally don't really like that idea. I think that every position, when the term expires, the term expires. If you want to continue, if you're interested, you simply need to apply. But others can apply as well. And then we start fresh and we look at all applicants and make a decision. So that's my personal preference. And I wasn't here when this policy was enacted. Michelle, you were. Alonzo, were you on the council in 2019 when this was enacted?
Yes, I was, but I do not recall, that was a while back, I do not recall going through this, but apparently we must have.
Michelle, do you have any history on how the current policy was enacted, what the rationale was?
Well, I don't recall specifically, but in general, I believe it was to recognize the service of people who were long time on different committees and commissions. We have a planning commission, we have a airport commission, we have the Parks and Tree Board. All of those have people who sit on them, and I believe it was just to recognize their service and to allow them to continue to serve. If, in fact, you change that, you will then have them competing essentially for their own position, and you may have a lot of turnover if you get a mayor that has a specific agenda that wants to see that happen into the committees. So I think this was a way just to protect the work of the committees, to see that there was continuity and that it moved forward, that the work of the committees moved forward in a smooth fashion and didn't get derailed by political appointments.
Those are good points, thank you. So, council, I'm the one who brought this forward, and so let me share what my revisions were, and then we need to just talk about it. And we probably need to either take action fairly soon or hold it off till next year, because we're right in the middle of this process right now. So the suggested revisions I had begin with section 3, announcing the vacancy. The first paragraph, which is paragraph 2, is the long paragraph. And then the proposed revision that I have, paragraph 2, would state, at the October City Council meeting, the city recorder shall provide the mayor with a list of terms that will expire at the end of the calendar year. And I take that language, if you look at the original here, the current policy under section 2, the second paragraph talks about term expiration. So we're talking about terms that are expiring at the end of a calendar year. So that's where I took the language, the proposed revision, at the October City Council, the city recorder shall provide the mayor with a list of terms that will expire at the end of the calendar year. The mayor shall announce the pending vacancies. And the rest of the paragraph would be struck, and the new sentence added, those currently serving with terms set to expire will be encouraged to apply, as well as citizens and members of the community that are interested in serving. And then it would strike out the next paragraph, which talks about an incumbent. Then under section 4, advertising the vacancy, if you look on the back, the proposed revision would say the city recorder shall advertise the terms set to expire, again barring that same language, in the local newspaper of record. The advertisement will run in the newspaper until new appointments have been made. Because at the end of the calendar year in January, the mayor appoints all the positions, and then the council gives consent. So then the next sentence, the terms set to expire shall also be advertised on the City Hall Reader Board, website, Facebook page, and newsletters until new appointments have been made. Again, referring to January. And then section 6, the mayor and city manager will determine, and this is section 5 of the current policy, the second paragraph. The last two words are if desired, which says the interviews can be scheduled if desired. And again, there's not any rule on when you interview and when you don't. My policy has been that when you're interviewing people for planning commission, because planning commission does actually have some certain levels of authority, that those positions I have historically interviewed if there's more than one candidate, but not for all the other positions, unless there's really a reason why you're interviewing somebody for a different committee. So I just wanted to strengthen that language, if desired, interviews can be scheduled if desired, by adding in section 6, the mayor and city manager, changing that to if interviews are desired, then the mayor and city manager, and then it goes on. So you're just taking the concept of the last paragraph and kind of reiterating it. So with that in mind, let's talk about it. And Michelle, I think you make a good point, because one of the problems is turnover, and we do have all these committees, and I know it's a challenge to recruit people for committees. So sometimes if somebody says, sure, I've been serving, I'll be glad to continue, then it's easy just to say, well, then submit your application and you'll continue. You know, the problem is when you have people who say, I'd like to serve on a committee, but I can't because there's only 1 or 2 positions open and the same people just keep serving. So I don't know where you come down on that.
Well, in a case where you have the planning commission, you have a lot of training that's required. And that one has, you know, a quasi judicial place. And so I think that you would want continuity in that body. I don't think it would serve the city well to have a lot of turnover in the planning commission. We've had some excellent, that being said, we've had some excellent people come and go out of the planning commission. So it's not like there's no fresh faces. And when that happens, then yeah, once that position is vacant, anyone can apply for it. The airport, again, you have people who have to have a certain level of expertise. The coming and goings in that one can get a little tricky, and you can have people with agendas and who may not understand what it is to run a municipal airport, but may think it's a public kind of airport that has a private person over it. So there may be some differences of opinion there. With the Parks and Tree Board, we've had trouble filling that one position. That vacancy has been there a very long time. And we're just blessed right now to have actually 3 amazing individuals who want to come and be on that board. And I certainly hope that those who are not able to take up that position will continue to come to the meetings, because I think they have a valuable voice at the table. So it's really hard to make a policy one size fits all.
Well, and we didn't really have a policy before.
That was part of the trouble. We didn't have a methodology to have interviews and to do the selection. I think that was a big reason for this being put together as well, was that it was just handled how it was always done in the past. And as more and more of us change, we don't know how it was handled in the past. So we needed to have it written down. And so I think that mayor, I think he asked the administration committee to actually come up with this. And the administration committee worked on it and came up with the language, which was then, reviewed and adopted by city council.
Right. So what do you think? What are your thoughts? We're missing 2 tonight, but what are your thoughts on this?
I think Michelle just made a really good case for the commissions that are, that you kind of have the training, the planning commission. That's a really good argument for that. But the Parks and Tree, I don't think that one is, you could probably be okay with just having this language in there. But I see the value in retaining people who have already learned what's going on, have the experience for the planning commission. There's great value in that.
Yeah, I also, when I first read this, I was like, oh, that seems very reasonable. Like, I mean, I really appreciated the potential amendments, and the working, and I really appreciated the thought behind, well, how do we get more involved, right? How do we have more voices within our community that are honored and feel really good? And And then I was also listening to the here's why, right? Is just to have that reliability and consistency. And so I was like, oh, that's a really good point too. And so I think if I had to make a decision today, I'm not sure what I would decide. I'd need to keep thinking through this. One of the things that I often point back to the back of the wall, as we talk about, the city of Creswell exists to provide quality, reliable, and affordable city services. And I kind of settled in on that word reliable, right? And kind of that consistency piece to that as well. And I was thinking about, I think for the commissions, right, I think that makes a lot of sense because of the training and the work and the continuity of that work. And so maybe there's a middle ground even within that as well. So maybe there's a process for commissions, and maybe there's some incumbency that makes a lot of sense for commissions, and then maybe committees are something different, right? Because I think about the Water Rate Advisory Committee, right? And that's one that's built into our charter, so we'll definitely have that one. But that might be something that our community would absolutely benefit from every year, having that possibility of fresh voices and knowledge and perspectives. And so maybe there's a difference between commission and committee within that. So, like I said, I'm not sure where I would fall if I had to make the decision today, because I think there's some really good arguments on all sides.
And thinking back, I do seem to recall some sort of conversation during this time that, it was very rare to have a problem where we have so many applicants that, everyone's beating the door down to get on this board or commission. And I think that had part to do with this, is that, we were lucky to have just one person to continue on. So to make it easier, that was part of the reasoning for this.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
And I think this process takes more time. So it was looking at, what city council was on the city council's agenda at the end of the year, and how much additional time it was taking to appoint people to committees. And I think they were trying to get a handle on that as well.
Well, and I know that the years I've been mayor, one of my big jobs every year, October, November, December, is recruiting. Because there's always, of the 5 that are mentioned here, these 5 committees, 4 of them have terms, 2 years or 3 years or something like that. The Water Advisory Committee is 1 year at a time, but the other ones are terms, and they're staggered to where in a given year, you'll lose 2 members out of the 6 or whatever. So there is going to be turnover, but it's designed to where it's not complete turnover. But even so, you can come to near the end of the year and have 7, 8 positions to fill. So it's easier process if you say to those people, if you'd like to continue, just submit an application by such and such a deadline, and you'll be reappointed. And if not, then the position is held open.
And with due respect to all the mayors I've worked with, some are better at recruiting than others. And I think that's one of your strengths. So it may not seem too daunting to you, but I think it has been a bit overwhelming for some of the others.
It's challenging for me too, because I just have to start picking up the phone, and the general rule of thumb is you ask 3 times as many people as you'll actually get, But, so yeah, I do think that's part of it. This has come to my attention this year because I know that there are some people who are hoping to apply for at least one of these, and I think there's only one position open. And so if they're told, you really can't even apply because that person is going to continue, then we're going to face some criticism. And we've had, the planning commission, for instance, we had a member of the planning commission who was a planning commissioner for 30-some years. And there was a time, many years ago, when I think some people in town felt our planning commission was, quote, the old boys club, people who'd been on it forever and ever and ever, and had a certain way of looking at all planning sorts of things at Creswell. And they do have quite a lot of power to where you get a group of people and they're all like-minded and they're locked into a certain way, then you can have a bottleneck. So then if you don't have a process of opening it up for new people, then, you know, so I can see both sides of that, the value of continuity, yes, making it easy, not having to always hit the recruiting trail, and the value of, in a sense, leveling the playing field and saying, you know, every year, there's gonna be positions that are open, and if you wanna apply, apply, but the person who has the seat can also apply. And then you're right, the mayor and the council has to say, the mayor may say, I'm gonna appoint so-and-so and so, and then the council might have to say, you know, we're not with you on that appointment, which is hard to do.
It also might be hard to have someone who's served 15 years and someone who's real dynamic, who wants that position, and have to decide between the two of them. When the 15-year person also puts in their application and is very sincere, and yet you have another person who may be very vocal and very, but you can't really tell what it's going to do to the board until you make that decision. So it is hard.
It is a hard one. So now I don't really know. Norma, you haven't spoken.
No, I haven't. I can see the Park and Tree Board, maybe the enthusiasm. We have several people with different backgrounds that would be excellent. I wouldn't even mind being able to add positions to the Park and Tree Board to allow more people to be in that. But that said, when my term ended, they said, if you want to continue, you need to put an application in. And I could have been competing against other people doing the application. It just didn't happen to happen at that time. But I don't think that it's not fair to somebody who's been on the board for 15 years or how many years that somebody else comes up and wants to be part of that. If they can show that they have the expertise and the willingness to do the work, they certainly should be considered for that. I don't know that it should ever should be automatic that you stay in there unless you are willing to compete against somebody else who might want to do the same position.
Well, so whenever a counselor brings a new idea, the council in a work session decides what to do with the new idea, right? And we have options of, nah, we don't do anything with it. Or we should do it next month. Or it needs more work, more thought. So I have one voice here of the four of us. My voice would be that we leave the process as is, intact now, and if any counselor, myself included, wishes to bring it back to the council next year at a more timely time, earlier in the year, where there can be robust discussion of it and maybe make changes, then that can occur. So that anyone could bring it back again at any time, but if it was up to me, I'd say I should bring it back in maybe February or March, get it on the docket early, well before September. So that's my one vote tonight. What about the other three? We need to decide what we want to do with this, and then we can quit our meeting.
Well, I think that we should not try to do it this year. I think we should plan it a little bit further ahead of time so that we can make decisions before we're trying to recruit people at the end of the year for the positions.
Okay?
I was gonna say, I agree. I think this is also hard as well, knowing that we're down, or like we're missing two counselors right now, and I think that they have a voice and a perspective that should be heard as well as, you know, we'll have a new counselor that is incoming at some point. And so I think at this point in time, I don't know that this would be the right decision for us to move forward. I don't know that it would serve our committees or our commissions at this point to change the process. But I think next year, I think that would be a great time to bring that up so that we can all be part of the conversation and be part of making that change at a time that serves our community well.
Yes, I definitely believe this is definitely worth revisiting again and to have a discussion with a full council. There's only 4 of us here tonight, but we certainly shouldn't, shouldn't impede the decisions that are right around the corner.
Okay, and we're in agreement with that. So Alonzo and I can talk with Michelle at one of our next planning times, and we can put this into a work session for next year. How's that sound?
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you all. So, with that, we are adjourned.
7:30.
That's amazing.